Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing? Happy Saturday. And also, happy Pride. If you weren't here yesterday, happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. It's Pride Month. Celebrate it proudly, just like I am. I literally set this up like a few seconds ago before I hit the go live button. So make sure, and if you want these hearts, I did incorporate it in my panels below. I hope I saved. Dear God, I hope I saved. If not, I apologize. But you can get this, the cute pride hearts from the same person who did my stinger. So the stinger that you saw where it shows my logo and my chibi is the same artist. And so they just put out some pride ones and they got a variety of them. So I combined a couple of them in certain places, which makes my little gay heart happy. It does. But I hope you guys are doing well. Hi, Osiris. Hi, Colt MG King. Hello, Yay J Bay. It's good to see you again. Hi, Lime. Hi, Yasmin. Hi, Salem. And hi, Z. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday so far. And if not, I really do hope that the month, weekend, week, whatever gets better for you. Because I know if the weather is kicking your ass like it is with me, which is why I have to go get some water, and I might get some tea depending on how often I cough, but lately it's been chill. I woke up really sore in the sinus cavity area earlier today, so I'm hoping it stays chill because I don't want to deal with these problems, to be honest. But yeah, we're gonna be vibing today. You know what time it is. It's a Saturday. These are low vibes, chill vibes, but it can get chaotic here, depending on like what discussions we have in chat, and also the shit that happens in these cases, because my God, there's a lot that happens in the Ace Attorney series if you're unfamiliar with it. But I will pre-warn you guys, because I think we're getting relatively close to where there's going to be a plot twist, which will literally ruin the very beginning of this game for you. I cannot express that enough. So if you're going to pick up this game and play it yourself, by the time we get to the end, and I'll give it another fair warning before it happens, if you just want to see this case out, but you're gonna find out some shit that will literally ruin all the other cases that we play through in this game. So, but with that said and out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so the last time we played this game, I think what did we do? Who's on screen right now? Because that'll tell me. I know it got to a good stopping point, so I think we're jumping right back into, okay. So yeah, what's her name? The girl who looks like death. I forgot her name. It'll say it after we actually progress through here. She admitted to, I think, doing some sort of body double swap, if I'm not mistaken. If not, I'm sorry, I just ruined something for you. But basically, her and him were in cahoots together with doing this whole plotting of like transferring one human from one side of the building to another, which ultimately ended up killing somebody. And so now we've finally gotten old, what's his name? Brains. The guy with the blonde afro. I forget his name. Hairbrain. I think that's his name. Off the hook for actually killing someone. And so now we're trying to dive deeper into what these two have been up to. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be rearranged or arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. So you basically made them, what's the word? Associates in like this crime that you set up. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Oh. So kind of you to say. Don't agree to that, Ryunosuke.
And what about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Also, Monique, welcome in. How's your Saturday going so far? Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sai's face. Is the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony? Not please step on me. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so dodgily persistent? I keep forgetting that they do have some racist undertones in this game.
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Told you. Even the cute ones always got something to say about those Japanese people, and I'm just very upset about it. It makes me want to square up with them. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So, no, I had no idea. Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was a waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
So you're not going to go on about this? Right. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork? Please, she wishes she was Bayonetta. Yo, you not wrong, Monique. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Dreba and returned to Madame Tuspel's.
I see. Then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to them, to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail? looks down on us pretty often. I'm trying to wish she was Bayonetta 2. Bayonetta would not put up with any of this Oh, but she literally just said, those Japanese. I don't want her anywhere near Bayonetta, if that's the case. When you said arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that hairbrain alone could have killed Aspen. Also, I don't want to paint Bayonetta as a killer. She too cool to, you know, be up for a crime that happened in this case. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
Oh, the music stopped.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
And why not?
There is a void under the stage where I found the bird cage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Ooh! Yeah, she was ready to kill. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So the actual cause of death was...
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
Okay, sure. We'll go with that, but I'm pretty sure he might have survived that and you just killed him by stabbing him in the heart. Also, Serial, welcome in. How are you? How's your Saturday treating you so far? And how's your week been? I feel like you've been busy because I've been seeing you stream a lot earlier this week when I was like somewhat conscious. But I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday so far. She is Monique, but she's still contributing his death to the 30-foot drop and not her stabbing him, which I find problem with. And also, as a fair reminder, don't forget we do have the community challenge that is going on right now, where if you put towards your channel points to the week-long donathon, you get a week-long of me. Meaning I have some prizes, some giveaways, some stuff that I have planned for the week-long donathon if we hit that goal. So make sure when you come through, put your channel points towards that community challenge if you want to see me host a week-long donathon and some other shenanigans that I have planned for the month of October. Y'all have some time, but still make sure you get in early, because otherwise, by the time that October rolls around, we won't have one. We will not have one. You'll just only get the weekend streams. You will not get a full week of me. So make sure you get your points in. They just playing the game of hiding their criminal acts. Your week abruptly halted because you forgot today was your return to work day. Oh no. You thought it was Tuesday, but it's almost clock out time. Well, I'm glad that the day is almost over for you. But I understand those vibes. At least you remembered to go in on your work day to some degree. Because I forgot to take off when I came back for vacation. And I was on call that week, and I automatically had, that Monday off. And my boss was just like, yeah, you're not supposed to be here, right? You're still on break. So, unfortunately, I woke up earlier than I needed to and was conscious for more than I needed to be. So, but other than that, I hope your day is going well. And what are your plans for the rest of the day or weekend? Pretty sure you can survive a third. Exactly. Like, I've seen people survive drops. Like, they'll break a lot of bones or either have, like, maybe some serious injuries to their body, but they could still be living. But she's still gonna say, like, oh, yeah, that 30-foot drop definitely killed him. It wasn't me stabbing him. No, girl, it was definitely you stabbing him. I'm pretty sure he was just unconscious at the time. But you put the final nail in the coffin, or screwdriver in this case.
My word.
What is it, Miss Usato?
Something about Dr. Seiss' last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. You're gonna ask her to amend that statement to her testimony? You're gonna try to resist the urge to play Zelda and get some writing done before the work week is back in full here on Tuesday. Nice. But also, I feel those vibes because luckily I have gotten the itch out of my system for Honkai Star Rail because I was like obsessively playing that for like a full week once I got back from con and also during con, even though I was tired as hell. But I finally got through like the main story of that game to where there's like literally nothing else to do in that game except build out characters. And so I decided to take the time to kind of like use the time that I would to like unwind and rest and also game to edit some videos because I already know after this weekend everything's going to kick up into gear to me having to be busy between doing stuff for BGC, doing stuff for the charity event that's supposed to happen later on this month, which if you haven't seen my Twitter, I am going to be doing a charity event between June 21st and June 25th, and I will be streaming every day for said event. It'll be to raise funds for hospitalized children and their families, and provide them with the tools and accessibility for gaming. So make sure to come through. And again, huge shout out and appreciation to Gamers Outreach for reaching out to me for that effort. So I will have some incentives and goals for you guys. Just give me time to actually push that out to my social media. Just keep an eye out there or either the Discord, and you'll see what I have planned for the event once it gets closer to the date. So, but yeah, in the meantime, we're just going to be streaming a lot of what I normally play. And I have to find another game to play on Friday because we finally beat Hi-Fi Rush yesterday. So it's a good time. Not dead, you're just very injured. Could you send someone down to help me? You stabbed me, what the hell? Pretty much. Dr. Sai.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
Well, then listen then. The defense calls for you to add what you said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death, what she did to the victim. The 30-foot drop, but let me see the court record real quick. His neck was broken from the impact of the violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. We see that. Hemorrhage of the wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by sharp implement. That's the cause of death. And she marked it as such. And then the additional observations was a broken neck. So, the real cause of death, or what she did to the victim, the real cause of death, I think is the right one. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part.
Fine. If that's what you want, just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs. Oh, so you agree. All right, so we got him on our side. So he knows what's up too.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asman suffered from the 30-foot drop.
I disagree, but just in case to save my bacon. And I'm completely wrong with how I read this. Fuck! It's still playing music. I'm not reading it. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I know. I hate this. Alright, let's talk to you for a bit. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck?
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony.
Very well.
So that stays. With the help of the forensics team, okay. The entire team in perverting the course of justice? That's a weird way of phrasing it, but sure.
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Don't concede the point with Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer, Ryunosuke.
I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Go on about that. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. I can take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Sai!
Also, Bonnie, welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? Surely there...
Oh, you gave me Dragon Daddy. Thank you.
Also, hi, Gear. Welcome in. How was your Saturday?
How's your weekend? How's everybody's weekend so far? I hope it's been a relaxing one. Surely there was some other way you could have protected this secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo.
Was she, though? Because I feel like she wasn't. So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo?
The truth is, I find it strange, too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. So can we discuss this? It's one of those, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs weekend. Oh my lord. So I'm guessing, I hope that doesn't mean like you're signifying that it's been a painful weekend. Or it's just been a meh and I'm just now feeling things. been an on and off shit show, but now you get to watch Blazette. Oh, I'm sorry, Bunny. I hope your weekend gets better and you get some peace sometime either this weekend or a week. You're in Spain and you forgot to show. Oh, wow. Nice. Enjoy your trip and stay safe out there. Bring me back a souvenir. I want to see all the pics and I want a souvenir. That's all I ask. No, seriously. You don't give me a souvenir if you ain't got it. So, you're in you're in pain. Is it you're in pain? Am I missing something? Okay. I was like, it says Spain, but you said reread it again, and so you meant pain. Okay. I'm caught up now. But yeah, I hope your weekend gets better and you actually get some relief to your pain. I know I was dealing with sinus issues earlier today, and they've somewhat become a little bit more tame, but we'll see how long that lasts. If not, I'm gonna have to be highly medicated later on today. There's something about this statement that I want to present. I just don't know what. It's not that. No. Picture. And I think we looked at this in detail. We did. We've looked at this in detail. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Did we present the screwdriver? Because I'm confused. What else would there be? Because I thought in the autopsy report it says the actual cause of death was the hemorrhage. I'm gonna be so mad and upset if it's the screwdriver or that fucking imagery of him getting stabbed. Because it just says additional observations is the damn height. Because she just admitted it. It's one of these two. It's got to be. No, of course not. Let me try the fucking photograph. You got meds to get? Maybe the photograph? I don't know. Really? What the actual fuck? I know I'm supposed to present something. Come on now. Oh my god. Hi, Separa. Welcome in. Listen. I had a moment where I was just very petty. Listen. Bowser and I may no longer be a thing, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna stay salty and petty and bitter towards that dinosaur, that fucking lizard, that wannabe frog. So I said what I said, but welcome in. I hope your Saturday is going well. I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to present here. Hello? What's the key element here? Oh man. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to present that actually contradicts the fact that the actual cause of death wasn't the neck trauma. Should I go back and switch it to the other one? Maybe that's it. I don't know. Because I feel like it's the autopsy report. It just makes sense because it literally says the cause of death was the stab. But okay. I feel like both would have easily pointed to that. Can we please just move it along to where she swaps her statements? Oh, it's not gonna give me... Oh, wait, no, it does. Okay, she leans down, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we know you've committed an act of murder and you don't want to admit to it. You said the fall was the cause of death. But we all know you stabbed that man to death. Uh-huh. Yes, blah, 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 blah. Uh-huh. Yes. Have her change it. I'm gonna be so mad if this is the case. Because easily both of those answers would have contradicted the autopsy report. So now can I present this and like call her for her bullshit? Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, I'm looking it up. This is some bullshit. This is some straight up bullshit. They playing me now. Oh my fucking god. Are you kidding me? No. Just give me that. For fuck's sake. Google. Google, please. Blah, blah, blah. And it's gonna be something so stupid too. I already know. Is this fucking photograph? Are you kidding me? It's the goddamn photograph? I'm so sick. That literally says nothing. Like, we all see that the man was stabbed. Alright, whatever. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth and is just the dumbest conclusion to come to with the photograph versus the actual autopsy report that says the actual cause of death was the stabbing. And she just admitted it in a courtroom. Like, I'm not the only one that sees that, right?
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sai, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. That seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Why the photograph, though? That literally makes no sense. She put it in her autopsy report that the stabbing was the cause, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Thank you, Van Zeeks. You're the only one that makes logical sense. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
I don't. Sure. Look closely on the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in the downwards direction towards the man's feet, right? Oh, he was sitting upright. Still, it's stupid.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed,
Moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course no, that's not what happened.
exactly, my lord. Dr. Sai made it very clear in her testimony just now. At the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim. Was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, right? And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. Good lord. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Yeah, we got it. In short, Dr. Sai, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Yeah, we caught you now. It took like 4 points away from my health system, but yeah, sure. We'll go with that one. I knew it, I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Sai. Yes. You claim you were coerced in helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left and the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, then what is it, man?
We'll get to that soon, Van Zeeks. Be patient.
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sai's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
How she was coerced, the stabbing of the victim, the autopsy report. Oh God, not this. Not this. The stabbing of the victim? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the fucking hell! I'm sorry. There's a creature in my space, and I do not approve of it. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. Do go on.
When the birdcage fell from the stage onto the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
I would hate to be that man. Like, all my bones would have been broken by the time that I get out that cage. I've just been like, nope, I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna lie here and hopefully die, because that's a lot. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Damn. But there was no signs of a go ahead. Keep going. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Damn, she really just waited for him to come to and stabbed him. Ah. Ah. Mr. Odie Osmond's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sy. Ah!
Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him?
And then you have the audacity to look away and not respond. Okay. You hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime, which is killing him. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all of this up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Norihodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
You're desperate for Bayonetta, not you. What do you mean?
I've had thought about it. Thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman?
Assman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to death, theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. But there is. I believe it's this. No, it's not that. There's a connection. It's not that. Huh, she got us there. She kind of has us there. But I feel like I got something that debunks that. But okay. Continue. Yeah. Go off, Ryunosuke.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True. There's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once!
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman. Would it have been the scalpels? A scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
I don't know how they draw to this conclusion, but sure. Ah, it would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You. Come on, out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh,
What is it?
it's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Which seems to be a lot. Not gonna lie.
500 scalpels a month?
At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. Yeah. But actually I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Aspen's criminal organization relied heavily on extortionate funding. Ah. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Well, how did we draw to that conclusion, though? That's the thing. Would be extremely straightforward.
Ugh.
10 years ago, when Mr. Asmo was still a journalist and wrote the article about Mr. Trupper, he may have well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Seiss' darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Okay. Her dark secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might to silence the blackmailer who you knew your dark secret forever. That's right, her hair color is fake.
You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep secret for all these long years.
I already know, but I can't say. I will say somebody who it's connected to is in this courtroom right now. And that's all I'm going to say. You didn't know Blaze was a voice actor? We'll go with that, sure. But you must have missed my Tales TikTok, John. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. And also, how's your Saturday going so far? I ain't spilling nothing because it's going to ruin this game, and I want y'all to be as surprised as I was when I first played through this damn game. The truth of the case can never be properly established until you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Seif will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of the bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Is somebody gonna speak about it, though? That's the thing.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really.
So now you're gonna go into a whole fit because we've already debunked your theory about transporting somebody from one building to another?
It's the addled-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have the talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a light child's, or little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Dripper.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
I suppose, but somebody died, so I don't know if that's really the kind of show that people be looking for. It's just like, yes. Thank you for showing us your magic trick. Now we've got a full-blown corpse. Thank you so much. Throwing out a guess, Masked Mask is supposedly dead magician? Sure, we'll go with that, Platypus.
So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Because he was bitter about basically losing all his opportunities because he got posted in the newspaper about seeing somebody come to life in a graveyard, but also it exposed the fact that he was also grave digging.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier.
But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. Do you really, Van Zeeks? Because I guarantee you, what you're about to learn about this entire series is going to blow your mind.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago.
Just please! Hi, Jojo! Welcome in! Long time no see! How are you doing? How's your Saturday doing? How has life been? How about that? That's a better question. I'm not going to ask you about your week and how Saturday has been. How has your life been? How you been?
If your account of those events was all true,
then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge that what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. Damn, that's heavy. Is it though? I mean, like, now, if life has been lifing and you don't want to talk about it, completely understandable. But I just want to know how you doing. How is life treating you? Are you treating yourself well? Have you been working hard to achieve all your goals and accomplishments and all that stuff? Like, if life has been treating you well, I want to hear your accomplishments since the last time we spoke. Now, you've been good. You've been doing a lot more for your work lately. Understandable. So life has been lifing. Because that is the same boat that I am in right now, where work has just been... Oof. It's been a lot. Which is why I take these breathers to push out content creatively, because it's my only outlet to kind of just be like, I'm not going to think about work right now. I just want to do something that I enjoy. It is like a project that I can call my own. But I hope work has been good work and not like overwhelmingly like, I hate my job, it's time to move on, it's time to go somewhere else type of work. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. Alright, I'm tired of you doing the wave with your arms multiple times, sir. It was a year ago. And lately your girlfriend and you have been going to more events in your local area, and now you're trying to get back into your space projects like finishing puzzles. Nice! So, question for you. Since you say you finish puzzles, because I had a coworker who's also into like putting together puzzles. Do you do like the 1,000-piece puzzles, or is it like just in general like puzzles that you just kind of been working on, or what's going on there? But also, I'm glad that you're like getting out and about and like exploring different things in your town. I used to do that. Prior to the pandemic, I used to go out with like some friends, and we visit a couple events that were hosted in like my local city, and that's how I kind of stumbled across like, you know, various black-owned businesses where they were either selling earrings, t-shirts, cosmetic products. We got a chance to even try like food from different cultures. We even went to one event where they were, what was it? I forget what the process is called for like pickling items, but they pickled a lot of like different, you know, edible type of stuff, such as like onions and different jellies and stuff like that. So it was a nice time where I was actually like, you know, a social being, but this was also like during the time that Pokemon Go was probably at its peak, at its highest in terms of entertainment. Yes, fermentation. Thank you. I forget what the event was called, but they did a lot of fermentation with like various foods and produce, which was it was interesting to see what people kind of came up with when we went there. So the puzzles that you have are more 3D. You have these contraption puzzles like a clock and a randomizer that are made out of thin wood and have to piece together and make work. You also, of course, put a lot of Gundams and mini mechs you have to finish. Nice. Very nice. That actually sounds really interesting. I'm curious about the 3D puzzle because I feel like that would be something that would keep my time too. If I were to like partake in it. Because I'm not gonna lie, I do like my fair share of puzzles. I love using my brain to like solve certain things. So I'm kind of curious about what that looks like. And also, kudos to folks who put together Gundams, because good God, there's so much involved in that. And on top of that, like, if you get like, because I don't know if like, I think they come pre-painted as well, but like, I would be inclined to get the Gundams that don't come painted. They're like all grayscale. And then like you put them together and then you also have to like paint the individual pieces. Like if I wasn't streaming, that was probably how I would spend my time, is to do something creative like that. Because outside of that, I also do like cosplay props and stuff like that. So that sounds really interesting though. Do you have a few 500-piece puzzles too under your couch? Yeah, the 3D clock one is cool. It runs on a pulley system. Huh. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious about that. You gotta actually put together the Super Minipia Megazord your wife got you. What is that? If you don't mind, share a picture in the Discord, Platypus, because I'm curious about what that is. All these Gundams were gifted. You have 7 you haven't touched. I don't blame you. But at least it's a good way to like spend your time if you just want to like do something that's like, if you genuinely enjoy it, it's a good way to kind of like lose yourself in, if you're like putting together the pieces and also painting them, and you're like splitting up your time to like spend a little bit of time on that, like maybe 2 hours, and then like do something else, or just like what I tend to do, which I have to have some self-control with when it comes to like any kind of art stuff. Spend hours on either drawing or crafting something. The other thing is you have a Black Panther paint by Numbers that your sister got you for Christmas. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. So y'all all out here doing interesting stuff, and I'm just being a bum and going to conventions every time that they roll around, which it's probably like the highlight of me going out and about this year, to be honest, because so much had happened last weekend. Kind of like a mix between Megazord and Gundam. Generally have better articulation than Reluxky. Oh, okay. No, you're good, Amanda. Thank you for the, what, how many months? Good Lord, 14 months up. I appreciate it. But how are you doing? How's your Saturday going so far? Most of the time has been taken up by going through tutorials for programs you feel like would help your work and personal endeavors. You reminded me I also have some cybersecurity courses to go through. If I can finally have the time to actually sit down and focus on that, which is why I'm trying to like edit out like a month in advance so that way I can focus on my studies afterward versus having to edit like a shit ton of videos. Which I am planning on rolling out, like, if you don't follow my YouTube, haha, shameless plug, teehee, hoo-hoo. And also, someone might have just, like, you know, unfollowed because they wanted to be petty. But we did reach 200 followers on my YouTube account. But if you want to see shorter content from me, but also if you are a Genshin fan or a Honkai Star Rail fan, you can see my content over there. Please and thank you. But I will be rolling out a Honkai Star Rail episode tomorrow, and it just kind of shows you my reaction, general reaction with playing the game for the first time through. So I've been playing story content offline, but anytime I stream it, I do like grindy bits, like side missions and stuff like that, because I got stuff to do. But I've actually hit a part where it's just like there's literally nothing left to do in that game except grind. So I'm doing that. And also Clara's story, which I've held off on until I can like either stream it or record it so that way I can have like the video archived in some way. But cool. Got your Jeep but messed up back? Wait, what? Oh, you messed up your back. What happened, Amanda? Your husband looks so good in that animation, but I know, doesn't he? That's why I kept it. Like,
He's so cute, shy fingers. I love him. I love him. Mwah. He's so cute.
but no, what happened with your back? And also, thank you for the congrats, y'all. Honestly, like, I wouldn't have made it this far without like all of you guys like actually interacting with my content and just like, you know, vibing with me, because like most of the time I have like the biggest self-doubts with myself and my content, but just like y'all just kind of pulling through, and like even if you're like just lurking, I feel very appreciated and loved in this community. So woke up and messed up upper back pain. Oh shit. So medicated and stuck at home. I'm so sorry, Amanda. Yo, Sheppy, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders Hive. This is your first time here. I am Blazette Midnight. I am a Dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're on the second half of this game. It is a two-part series. Both parts consist of 5 episodes, and we are on, like, I think the 3rd episode, if I'm not mistaken. But it's also the episode where there's going to be a great plot twist, so if you're wanting to check out this game for yourself, highly encourage you to leave a lurk. But if you don't care and you want to see what happens in the story, feel free to stick around, because it's if you're into like crime drama, but also punny puns and like nonsensical shit that happens in like the court system, but also not take it too seriously, feel free to stick around. But also, if you need to go take care of some things, please go take care of them. Your physical and mental health comes first. You're not obligated to stay here, but I would really appreciate it if you do. And I hope you're having a wonderful weekend so far. How was Uncharted, Sheppy? I think you were streaming that game, right? Yeah, Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception Remaster. Is that your first time going through the Uncharted games? And hopefully it treated you well. And you had a good time. I was stuck in editing hell because I'm trying to edit out videos for like a month in advance. So that way people can leave me alone and not be like, Blaze, where's that video you promised us on YouTube? I'm sorry. I've been busy. I've been busy, and I already know this month is gonna ramp up super quick on me, so I'm trying to like get shit done as soon as possible. It's great, yeah. It's your first time finishing the second game today too. Oh, nice! So you finished the second and started the third. Very cool. I'm glad that you're enjoying the series. I need to like at some point tackle those games because I have the collection. I just haven't touched it because I still got like tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of other games that I need to touch. One of them being Breath of the Wild, and finishing that up at some point in time. But hopefully when I actually have some time to kind of like free up my day. But we'll see. But I hope overall your weekend's been a good one. It's been a relaxing one. So, any case, all right. So fair warning. Again, I don't think we're getting to the plot twisting part, except within like maybe the next few minutes or so. But still, just kind of dread. Be careful and cautious if you want to play this game yourself, and don't want spoils. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensics team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. I'm sorry? Damn, he took a wide stance with that one, too. Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely self-gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. True. He was literally the only one that he wasn't going after. But because he was participating in his project, he decided to also, by proxy, ruin his future as well. Or potentially ruin his future as well. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Do you apologize for that, or do you feel no remorse? Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Exactly. So you're repeating the same cycle by taking revenge. Also, are we still gonna talk about, like, there's, like, a whole, like, coffin on wheels with a waxwork dead man in the center of the courtroom?
Lord Van Zix, what of Dr. Sai?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool.
Professor.
I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused other pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Ziegs.
In the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no ideal. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barack.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Not guilty. Yay! Oh my god! Yeah! Let's go! Uh-huh! You know, this is perfect celebratory music right here. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Jordan Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay and also nice timing.
Court is adjourned.
Okay, you know what? He earned the right to JoJo pose there. No, he didn't. I'm not going to give him that power. It's over. That was some trial. It was. It's not over yet, though. It's never over. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? It's never over. Chevy, please. Chill vibes during key game moments is what you bring. Oh, we appreciate you, Hoshi. And also, how are you? How's your Saturday treating you? How's your weekend? How's your week been? How is life treating you?
Oh, is it? Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, it is. Excuse me, I read that backwards.
Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Susato.
Good, how about you? It's been a pretty decent day. I woke up with some sinus issues, which have seemed to cleared out for the most part, but if they act up again, I'm gonna have to most likely take a break and get some tea. Oh, goodness. goodness. I'm thirsty. Hi, Zazy. And yes, we literally just like probably about a minute or two ago, we got the not guilty verdict. So you're not super late. You're like right on time. But welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? It's okay. Okay, so I'll fill you in. Dr. Scythe did it. They stabbed the person who fell 30 feet to the ground in a cage to death. So like I think I can I can't bring it up. I guess we don't have a court record right now. But the person who was in the cage that was presumed dead, or is dead actually, got stabbed by Dr. Scythe because she was getting extorted money by him. So she had a grudge against him already from the start. So that gave her, you know, reason to actually kill him. And then the other thing was Drebber, the guy with the mechanical hand, was in cahoots and basically an accomplice to this because he also ruined his life in terms of getting some opportunities as a scientist in his early days.
And also, thank you for the haircuts. I appreciate it.
But yeah, you didn't miss too much, but you did come in just in time before there's a huge ass plot twist at the end of this case. I will say that much. So do not leave, I promise you. Unless you don't want to be spoiled by this game, because if so, then please lurk for your sake, because it's going to ruin the game for you. I promise you. I'm not joking in the slightest. So he wasn't dead when he fell, yeah, he was still conscious. So he got out the cage, and as soon as he tried to get out of the cage, Dr. Scythe approached him and had a screwdriver in her hand and stabbed him. And of course, she put it back like, oh yeah, I stabbed downward with him, you know, still being in the cage. But nah, the man was conscious, trying to figure out what the hell just happened, most likely, and ended up dead after he, you know, regained a bit of consciousness. So, was it for the obvious not dead body from how many years ago? It is tied to that case. I will say that. Now, if they necessarily revealed her dark secret to that case, I don't think they did that in this case yet. But we'll get to that. We will get to that because there's some plot twists. And there's not going to be any chill once we complete this case. Because every turn is going to be a plot twist. You'd be surprised what you can live through, right? It's a plot twist that the obvious evil guy is evil. We'll keep going with that theory, Stacey, but there's several plot twists that I cannot say yet, but I'm dying to say because there's so much to this game, which is why it's my favorite Ace Attorney game. And how to kill folks, a screwdriver, ma'am. Your heels would probably be more useful. Right. Yeah, so we just proved that she's the main murderer. And Enoch Drebber was an accomplice, obviously.
I am truly besides myself, with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had the research, grant money, I'd give the whole lot of you every penny.
Oh, that's so kind. You're so sweet. That is still not ruled out yet. True. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward.
Your acquittal was more than enough. But aren't you... Nope. No, I'm gonna let you have that. I'm gonna let you have that, Susato.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis inside.
That tiny-ass book? Sir, you need a magnifying glass just to read it. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing.
Right. Hairbrain is good egg, he is.
I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. I already know that's Von Zeke's, because he's the Reaper. He doesn't want his friend, quote-unquote, dead. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here?
Barack!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have.
Oh, that's so sweet. See, the racist horse isn't all that bad. He still needs to tone down his racism, but still. He's not all bad. Not gonna lie, your spouse would probably think a pocket thesis is amazing and hilarious. Nice.
I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
He's literally acting as a bodyguard for this man. It's cute. And I ship it too. Even though I know very little about their relationship outside of them being like schoolmates, if I remember correctly. But he is really overprotective of this guy. It's so precious.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
Aw, you're so sweet. But also, Van Zeeks knows. So I will say this much. Van Zeeks is deemed the Reaper because everyone who's gotten a not guilty verdict and they're the supposed quote-unquote criminal has died. With the exception of, obviously, the guy who looks constipated pretty frequently, and now Hairbrain. And so he has, like, I feel like he knows some shit may go down if he's not present, even though people assume he's the one killing off these folks. He's trying to make sure that anyone who may find themselves attached to the deep, dark secret of this series may die. So even if they had nothing to do with it necessarily, but because they learned just even a crumb bit too much, they trying to make sure that they stay silent. So I appreciate Van Zeek's kind of like being a bodyguard for him. I will say that. So he's lovingly kicking him out of England. What if exactly, Sheppy, you don't know. You don't know. That might be the plot twist. Sheffy thinking outside the box. See, that's what I mean. I'm not going to say jack shit. I'm not going to say shit. But there are several plot twists that are coming up in this game, and I don't think most of y'all will be ready for it.
But no. Hold on a minute, Barack. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to...
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the ideal.
Damn. You just took away all his hopes and dreams, Von Zeeks.
Look, sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barack. He's literally saying, get the hell out. Oh my god, Monique. You ready for obviously evil guy to be oh my god, Stacey, please. Ooh. Yeah, I know, Savvy. It's okay. Let's try to be very tame. If we recognize innuendos, you don't have to bluntly say it, because we catch it. I promise you. But yes, that is fine. What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
There we go. That's better. Thank you.
You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked about Mr. Natsumi was doing.
If you go to make tea, will you miss the twist? There's a muffin and tea calling you. You should have time, Sheppy. I'm trying to recall when the twist actually happens. If you take roughly about 5 to 10 minutes, you should be good. And yes, what Salem said. And just in case you miss it, or you don't want to watch it on Twitch, but you also want to watch it on YouTube at some point in time, or you want to play catch up in, like, you know, what all has happened in the series, you can literally look at my VODs channel. I forget where it dates back to, because it doesn't date back to the very beginning of when I first played this game. I will say it does date back to, I think, the beginning portions of part 2, which is all you really kind of need. And like anything that happened before then, it'll circle back around and show you later on in this game. So, but yeah, you can always check out my VODs channel to play catch up on like any stream that you missed, or if you want to see like any kind of story bits on a game that I may have been playing and be like, well, how did we get to this point? You can go back through there. Just type gasp and prepare to hit enter anytime. Yes. Wait, where's the pupper emo? Oh, Basil. I gotcha. But yeah, go get your food, Sheppy. You shouldn't miss it, but if so, I can fill you in.
The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Yes. That has been given to some degree. For the most part. Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. Right, but Hairbrain is in your sights. But we all know that Von Zeeks isn't killing off these folks. It's too obvious to like just say, yes, he's the one who's ending everybody who gets a not guilty verdict, quote unquote.
But of course we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent,
right? And they're both still alive. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared, yeah. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Again, he's acting as a bodyguard, which is so cute.
Barack!
Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in this? Right.
Goodness! What? Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? in court where people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Not Obama. This is not Obama, Monique. No. No. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. You need Ace Attorney to provide pronunciations for names, because Barack is a rare one. Yeah. Every time I have to say his name, I'm not going to lie, Obama comes immediately to mind. And I'm just like, I need your name to change, sir. I need you to be something else, Von Zieks, not Barack. Granted, it's spelled differently, obviously, but still, the pronunciation is kind of there.
Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruto.
Is it Baroque, or Baroque? That, I think it's Baroque? You know what? I'm gonna just wait till the animation or somebody from Capcom actually, like, you know, pronounce their name, because I couldn't tell you. Not the Rock Van Z. Oh, that's even worse, Platypus. That's even worse. I refuse to give him that power. No, I'm not giving him that power.
Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Bye, Hairbrain. It was good seeing you. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. I thought you were gone, too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. All right, so I'm giving y'all a heads up right now. Once we walk into this courtroom, it's spoiler territory. It is highly spoiler territory. So, you made it. You did. I told you you'd make it back, Sheffy. So, you came back just in time, because, ooh. This is your fair warning to anybody lurking and watching. Do not come out of lurk. Do not peek into the stream. Because it will spoil some shit for you. That happened towards the very beginning of this game. As in wine may be thrown. Not this. That's obviously going to happen, Amanda. There's no spoilery in that. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. I've made my choice. The Enigma Barack Von Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in this courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. October 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. And this is still just sitting here. No one chose the budget. Also notice how his assistant is still here. So, are you satisfied? You saved a gearless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway. Guile like in Crocodile. Oh, okay, Guile. My bad. I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese come from. Oh, so you're actually going to go into detail about this. Continue. Smile. I know why. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here.
But now I think differently. Is he actually in love with us? No. No. Far from it. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? That man is incapable of love! The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Von Zeeks. That's number one. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. Not cute, sad childhood music. Oh. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too then, to share knowledge and ideals. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikatoba as well.
I had no idea.
Yep. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There was no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, he did have a brother. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. His brother's evil by proximity, I bet? Possibly, Zazie, you never know. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our 2 nations could very well have been ended up at war. What? A war between Great Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
Today, 審理が終わった時、時が来た。そう思った。貴公たちがこの恐るべき殺人鬼と対面する時が。
Oh yeah, they have animation and bits and pieces, Zazie. Granted, this isn't the animation because they do have those bits. This is just the actual game animation. but voice acting is a
あの館
plus.
の女主人から仮面の鍵を借り受けた。その目でしかと確かめるがいい。10年前の真実。
これがプロフェッサーの正体。
その通り。
今まで考えたこともありませんでした。英国犯罪史上最悪の事件、その殺人鬼の正体が
Oh my god, Sheppy.
日本人だったなんて。
Platypus. There's way too much nonsense concerning this man's death. This man definitely didn't do anything. Possibly, Zazie.
待ってください。この面影、
Mm-hmm.
どこかで見たことがある。そんな気がいたします。
You have Susato.
父上。あ、葬儀。
Surprise!
僕の親友麻生木一馬。1年の時を経て今すべての記憶を取り戻して目の前に立っていた。
なるほど。
久しぶりだな。
Zazie, that is the trope in like every Ace Attorney game. Cause let's be honest. Phoenix and Miles Edgeworth, they purposely made sure that there was like some sexual tension between the two. Like there's a whole article written about like how the devs for the Ace Attorney series definitely put that in there. So the fact that this also happens in this game as well is not out of the normal. We'll put it that way. Happy Pride!
友よ。
Hi Hades, welcome in. Yes, so they do know. They're intentionally doing that in their stories. Yes.
御言葉法務女子。
Because from what I remember from the article that I read, they noticed that their fan base in the Ace Attorney series were just like, yeah, we really like, you know, them being together in a courtroom. And they're totally gay for one another, you know, since they're, you know, childhood friends, same situation here. And yeah, we're going to continue with this because the fans are eating this up.
長い間ご苦労だった。礼を言う。私の代わりに友をここに導いてくれた。
カズマ様。
Aww.
やっぱり生きていたんだな、ハソギ。
I know, right?
貴様にも礼を言わねばならない。
I've seen quite a bit of fan art between these two too, so I am eating it up.
何しろそいつを守ってくれたのだからな。
Yeah, his name is Kazuma.
麻生木の家に代々伝わる名刀カルマ。
I know, Salem, I know!
日本を出発するとき、あいつが身に帯びていた。
Oh.
日本人の魂であり、いつもそばに置いておきたいと。そしてあの事件が起こって。
So this happened in episode 2, which is why I said it will literally ruin the game for you. Because you see him die early as fuck in this game. Quote unquote. So now that he's quote unquote back, it's like, haha, surprise! He was not
僕は
dead.
千里さんからこの刀を託されたんだ。お前が残した思いとともに。こいつがあるといつもお前が見守ってくれている気がしていた。
やっとたどり着きました。父上。
父上、まさかお前知っていたのか。その面影だけどとても信じられない。殺人鬼の正体が麻生木一馬の父だったなんて。
カズマ様。
なるほど。貴様と積もる話はあるが、今はその時ではない。また会おう。
麻生木一馬は僕たちを残して法廷から出て行った。
Stacey, please. Ooh, excuse me. So he's living the life after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? So, if you were confused as hell as what just happened, the person who is the quote-unquote professor is Kazuma's father, and also the person that took down Barack Van Ziek's brother's life. Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Allegedly, exactly, Seizi. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosima Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Why'd everyone fake his death? I'm trying to think. Because they said he died by hanging. He was still clearly alive until he rose from the dead and got shot. We know that much. Yes, that is true. And I can't remember all the details, and I'm not going to expose them even if I did. But remember, Dr. Scythe has connections to this incident as well, which I feel like she may have partaken in this. I can't remember yes or no to that, which is probably good for me, so that way I don't spoil it for y'all. But yeah, there's some foul play at hand, we'll put it that way.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train for me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him.
We're not gonna talk about that. I'm gonna let what's her name and possibly Holmes, Sholmes deal with that. It's fine. Poor Susada-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his has passed away in London,
And that the friend had left behind a son, which is Kazuma.
a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me that the boy, he made a promise to his late father, so he's studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
親友は束の間僕たちの前に姿を現して再び消えた。そしてその瞬間、止まっていた時は動き出す。巨大な運命の車輪が回り始める。きしむような音を聞いた気がした。それは確かに何かが始まり、何かが終わるきっかけだった。
The wheels of truth. Not the demasking being awarded to me. Of course we want to save. And now on to episode 4. We're getting close to finishing this game finally. Thank God. Twisted Karma and his last blow. Yes.
Holmes はパイプを手に窓の外に広がる濃い霧を見下ろしていた。この霧の底には一体いくつの事件が隠れているのだろうね。不 思議な新聞広告から始まる奇想天外な事件。魔剣が闇をかける連続殺人事件に夜の墓場でよみがえる死刑囚の事件。そして誰も知らない町外れの小部屋のありふれた殺人事件。どんな事件もその裏側には誰も知らない物語が潜んでいる。僕を事件現場へと駆り立てるのはその物語なのだよ、ワトソン。早く帽子を取りたまえ。行こうじゃないか、相棒。僕たちの冒険は終わらない。さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory. That was the most old-school Japanese narrator voice. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels. Oh, this is this trial. Oh, I'm not ready to do this case. I'm not. All right. The Great Waterloo Hotel. First of November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Background artist popping off, right? Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer of the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. He knows why. That probably means he about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memories now. Who is it? Oh, it's those two. Hi. Oh, father.
Hello, Susato. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound.
I'm not ready to do this case. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
No, not at all. It's my pleasure.
We've heard about all about your extraordinary exploits here in London. You know, the news has crossed the seas.
It has? What? They look like mobsters! What a beard, man! Went to a black barber for that! Oh, man, listen. Is the way, like, I'm forcefully trying to ignore it. Because it was the first thing that caught my eye when I first played this game. I'm like, I'm not gonna question why his beard looked like this. It has?
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel like though I've seen him before? You have, Ryunosuke. He's just dressed differently.
I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seshiro? A firm tap should do it.
Yes, a firm tap? What? Are you about to judo flip him?
Here we go then.
Oh my god, why do you have this gavel? Sir, you could have left that at home.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty.
Ah, yes. Ooh, you're... Yes, this man that we saw in episode 1. And also in a couple of other episodes in this series.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Man's beard has the aura of a Tekken character, got the clothes of a Yakuza character, and the goofy demeanor of a grandpa. Yeah, that's this man.
Your Excellency.
Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty!
You just like sending that message to people that you find guilty, just so you can say to them, it's just like, you're dead, or you're going to jail. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing. Exactly, there was no laughing, but he's making it a joke.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seshiro? What are you talking about, Eugen? Ha 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 ha!
Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikatoba. He's the third visiting scholar.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous.
Ha 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 ha. Real quick, I'm gonna check this history real quick because I'm laughing. Oh, I don't want to do this case. Sorry. Ministerial status? Yes. Didn't you know Seshiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs? It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Will you stop that? I'm not reading this if you keep doing this. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Is he, though?
Ah, yes now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy.
Yes, go on. The professor? Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Oh, we're gonna ask him about all these details? Okay. Can I examine things out of curiosity? Look at that, it's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Oh, interesting.
Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Great Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really doesn't represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways.
There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel In Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall. What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? If it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely. You stuck on different things, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. Susato gets it. Have you seen all those sparkly jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo. I agree. You stay far away from modern science and technology. That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so do you think that that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in the Grand Hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Can we look at anything else here? Possibly. Luggages? Look at those cases just left there on the trolley like that. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Hello? Random stranger? Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now? Do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. But he's not wearing jet black clothes right now because I put him in a whole different costume. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. No, you might have that, those capabilities, Ryunosuke. You seem to be a very shady guy. Alright, now let's talk to them. So how's the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards, true. That's like roughly 2 months, almost.
But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago.
No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives.
This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy this experience.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris?
We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Sashiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to, excuse me.
I have honestly no idea how to pronounce that.
Himself in Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default.
Damn, these fucking... Ingratiate. Okay. I'm sorry if you hear a spray bottle. I'm trying to deal with summer critters in my home, buzzing around my face. We about to have some problems.
Ingratiate. Oh, okay. Ingratiate. Interesting.
Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor for forensic science at a major hospital. Well, yes. I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. Let's talk about Kazuma's father. Professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Isoki.
I almost thought he said Genshin Impact, and I was going to be very upset.
Genshin. You knew, I presume, father?
Also, these two better not die out. You never know, Zayzu. You never know in this series.
Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts.
It was a close trial, so the public never knew the truth. He was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh? Why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said,
I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Mm-hmm. It's all a little sussy.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
I'm mad that made me chuckle. I'm mad that made me chuckle. I'm so upset about that. Something else came to light in the trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and being missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London working as an apprentice of Lord Van Ziek's.
What? What? That's news to us.
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Kazuma's reappearance. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew. Didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try and ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive. And here in London, you say. I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did that young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
It's unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? How do you plan to spend your time in Great Britain?
It began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Sogi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they were today. I can tell you,
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
your father was exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time. You know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at Great London Hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie practice sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
Huck, not more talk of graves.
Very often, there was no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden was his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then, of course, in our 60th year, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There's nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It's a lost cause, sadly.
Yeah, it sucks.
Well, if you excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Gee, I wonder why.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susano's gone off outrun. I don't know what you're talking about, Stacey. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Of course. Yeah, it must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean? Oh Lord, I'm not ready for this case.
Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. These are all red flags.
Yes, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too.
Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that. It's a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Cicero offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain.
Everything about these people's big red flag, listen. It's the way I was thinking that too when I did this case, and I hate it here.
I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say,
I completely understand, Professor.
One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask of you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Oh,
Wait, allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Oh, of course, sir.
Does he have whiskey in his hand? He got a whiskey bottle in his hand.
A machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Please take a picture. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course.
Yes, beautiful picture. Let's commemorate this event. And only this event.
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikatoba was about to ask me something.
Shall we return to Baker Street then?
He really was. And now we may never know. I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. I'm getting more and more anxious about the people around us. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Can we examine things, please? All right, cool. We're examining things. Excellent. That's all we needed to do. Nothing else. Oh, can we go down the list? Let's go down the list. Also, Musical Bookworm, welcome in. How's your Saturday going so far? 1st of November, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. I just want to talk to you. It's good news that Professor Mikatoba arrived safely, isn't it?
Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter.
Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here, and Britain's capital isn't there. That's probably a bad sign.
Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think there's still a minority.
Susato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago in Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. Zazy, why did you clip that? Why did you clip that? Oh my god. Oh, the pain and suffering that y'all experience what I experienced when I first played this fucking game. Only soon, only soon. Some great power, and that power is plot convenience, yes. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Can we talk about the spade versus shovel again? Because I live for this. The spade is still here. Look. Susato.
Please, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade. As I think you well know, it's a shovel.
It didn't take long to reignite that old argument.
Ah, I have an idea. Let's give the implement name like Professor Hairbrain named his tools.
Ooh, I never thought of doing that. Shovel? Is this what we're gonna call it? Oh. Tell us how you really feel. No. It's clearly much more of Ooh. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Yes. Listen, I'm gonna leave that between y'all. I don't think there's anything else up here that we need to look at. That I care for anyway. So let's go see our favorite detective. Why do you have this mask? That's my first question. Why you got Kazuma's mask? 1st of November, Shome Suite. Hello? What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Oh my god. Do you think? Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god, is he dead? Oh my, I hope not. Oh no, it's Sussy Man number 1 and Sussy Child number 2. I'm not gonna even try to make the sound.
I don't do it anymore.
Mon ami. Of this disgraceful display, huh?
Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red, yes.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, Gina's here too.
Right, you two. You're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not the prison. It's dark and damp and I don't like it.
Both the darkness it is, my friend. I am not scared.
But you're always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye, Jenny. Have fun. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Cyrus. And thanks. You great detective.
Where's Sholmes? Where is Sholmes?
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she?
Also, thank you for the hydration. Oh, I'm actually gonna have to... So I don't poison myself. There we go. Yeah, it's a lot, Stacey.
Oh, Susie and Runo.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend.
Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon.
Yes, of course.
Dr. John H. Wilson. Is this Herlock? Oh god. I wish I could mind my business, Stacey. I really do. Unfortunately, I'm the one playing this game.
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order. Don't you, my dear fellows?
I'm trying my best not to laugh at this man. Oh, Lord.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Your hair, child, your hair. Do I have crumb or such like on my face?
Not so much on your face, more like your scalp. And them edges. Ooh, them edges. As on your head, I'd say.
Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
Are you? This leaves me with multiple questions as to who this guest might be. He's now a redhead, Monique. Don't ask me why. Because I feel like we'll never get the answer that we expect from that man. Can we look at this?
Thank you for the head pats, Les.
We'd like to announce that the vocalization is indeed Francesca's VA. Wait, who does she voice? Out of curiosity. Oh, localization. I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. No, not this. Monique, no. No! Not you bringing Kako in here! Not Sherlock Weasley. I'm going back to this game. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideals, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look.
Cheap apples at the market. Is what all of them say.
What? This little figure can speak?
All your questions would be answered if only you were to read this month's Randstad magazine.
So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Of course not. I think everything else we've looked at. Except for the mask, which I'm about to question about. So this mask, though, sir, can we talk about this? The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks and his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Oh, so you brought it home.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
Why? He doesn't need it. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear— ooh.
But isn't he your best friend?
Yeah, but best friends are violent towards one another. That's just the general trope with people who have that close bond.
Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you?
All manner of infractions?
But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregory to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
Okay.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler, that's the word.
Not a bungler. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads had been up to no good.
I wonder what the men did.
What are all these new redeems? It should be the same, to be honest. I think I may have like either altered some of the pricing of some of them or took away some, because I am taking some away for in preparation for charity stuff, which you'll get to see soon enough come later on this month. The localization lead is quite a character. For example, he was reading an English translation of real-life Japanese author Soseki Natsume. I am a cat the other day and was taken back by one of his feline characters talking about his owner making a... Oh. Catching rat. I hate this. I hate this. See, they know what they were doing when they came up with this game. I really hate that. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Don't worry about it. Just know they were on the right amount of drugs. Or inspiration, however you want to look at it. Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance?
Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes?
Indeed, and from that very moment, those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans. It's been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Trust me, I ask myself every now and then when I think about stupid decisions that I've made in my past, Laz. And also, how are you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far?
Our lot? What is this greatest problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent, of course.
Ha.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspells only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum! One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
You drive a car? Good God, I fear everybody on the road in front of Sholmes. This bitch is about to create his own crime scene for his own detective case.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem for the coming month at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely.
I don't wish to, because already the red hair is sticking out.
There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think.
I think we all noticed it. I'm pretty sure, like, you have to be really oblivious to the fact that your hair has changed as well as your eyebrows.
In the end?
It's been stabbing. Yes. Yes, exactly that, Ryunosuke. The entire episode was a nightmare of an exercise in localization. You even had to sketch out how all the wordplay linked and how to tackle them beforehand. Why did you do this to... Listen, I know they kind of went through some struggles. Because I think I saw what some of the terminology that they used around, like, different characters and different events and such. So I can understand this being a nightmarish project to kind of localize for us to be able to play. Which is why probably some of the names may not make sense, but they tried their best with, like, incorporating the puns where they could, so that way it would make sense to us.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruto.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair.
air out if this charade goes on much longer. Technically, the outfit that he's wearing right now is cosplay because it's not what he normally would be wearing if this game wasn't a menace and gave me the option to swap out their clothes. The lie you told. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us. Talking about the mask and not his hair, right? I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. He's not going to tell us the truth. That case aboard the SS Bureau in January. Cosimo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? Can you even tell us at this time? Shit! I'm not gonna point out what I just noticed. But I'm glad I put someone on the list. Anyway, the fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect to the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you know now. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them to the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Is Run... Oh, no. No. Absolutely not. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. Shush, Laz. Shush. All I have to say is the artist ate when it came to this game. Anyway, but for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error in judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Can you talk more about this? You can't just leave us here with that information. I have nothing to present to you. I don't have anything to examine from what I can tell. Unless this knife and letter is one of the things. Yes, we've talked about the fireplace. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm not gonna put my feet in the fire? Ma'am, why would I put my... Yes! Why would I put my feet in the fire? Help me understand that line of logic. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in the advertisement column. It says, to the redhead... Why is there a league of redheads? All right. And what would be fun to read in modern audience ended up with the sort of faux Meiji middle ground style. Wild. The Red-Headed League? What's that? Clearly a club that Sholmes was trying to get in. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
I'm really tired of this man. I'm really tired of it. That's probably, they also call it the English faux Victorian. I could see that for, what's her face? Who dressed like they were, in Victorian times.
Is something on my face?
Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Yes, it does. I'm glad we picked this up. So now we can present this to him and get even more information about this man and his crimes. Hey, you. You care to talk about this? It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. He's way too pretty to be this annoying. No, he is. He is definitely annoying. And his looks does not give him a pass to be this annoying. In the slightest. To the Red-Headed League, does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. And then he smirks! I can't be the only one that saw that fucking smirk from him. I'm so tired of this man. Please, please, shoo him off this game. Shoo him off. I'm done with him.
So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Norohodo.
Sorry?
In the first instance, and quite indispensable observation.
Believe me, I couldn't have seen that hair with my eyes shut.
So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits.
Regale or boast? Yeah, let's talk about this, unfortunately. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled?
You noticed it in the paper, then? That my dear fellow was going to be the source of this month's rent's payment.
It was? How?
According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for being a member is in fact having red hair.
That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week.
Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? You have things to say about gingers on Blazette stream being annoying, especially with the oranger that... You know, you're the only one that's safe enough to say slanderous things about him. Everyone else will get punishment from Raz. But why? What are they paying people for?
That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. Iris is something. Just stating facts? Listen. He's a good ginger, okay? I like that ginger that ails me. In so many ways. It's both an irritant and a reliever of sorts.
You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put it in my application at once.
So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. Savvy, leave me alone! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me cook, please. Let me cook. Oh, that face wasn't for me. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha.
Thank you for the head pats. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can.
But as luck would have it, one member recently passed.
What? What? How did we go from Redheaded League to like someone died?
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you tried to join in his place?
Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow?
I'm sick of you. Very sick of you. And there's a gem about this game from you not want to know how many fonts you had to. Oh, man. My thing is, see, and this is why I hate having to search for fonts, because it took me forever to come up with my logo with the font that it's in, to where I could still sell it as merch and not be like, you know, charged for using like a licensed commercial product. But yeah, they definitely use some fonts in this game. Namely, the one that comes to mind specifically is the Goose Lady, or the Swan Lady. The girl we met in the very first episode with like a bird literally on her head. No.
So why did it have to go so wrong?
But what on earth happened?
A blunder, Mr. Norhodel. Though it pains me to admit it.
What is this blunder you keep going on about?
What did you actually do to your hair?
Do you really want that answer, Susato?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece.
I'm scared to ask now.
I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry.
Chemistry?
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one hair a flame like red.
Would you like to try? No. It would make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I don't wish to have crimson hair all over my body. I think I'll pass.
But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? Thank you, Stacey.
But of course, to earn the £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to little danger.
That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. You could literally be standing at the end of a road and be confused for a stop sign, Mr. Sholmes.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair.
I bet he did.
For the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League was interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong?
The whole park was choked with red-head folk, like a Cloister's orange barrow. I queued for 8
hours? Boy, I would have been left. That sounds longer than lines for, what's that haunted house that's local to me? Neverworld? I think it's Neverworld. Or Netherland. It might be Netherland. I forget. It comes around every Halloween, and the lines for that are just disgustingly long.
I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?
I mean, they know what you look like, baby. The red hair couldn't hide your mug anyway.
So naturally, I had no choice but to reply.
Shh! Don't give me. What are you hiding with that red hair? You stand out amongst an entire crowd of red hairs, I promise you.
After which I could do little else but turn and leave.
Oh my god.
Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me.
Yes, he drunk a potion, and it turned his hair red.
So I turned that pair into the police.
Oh dear, what a disaster for Hurley and those two redheads. Yeah, he drunk a potion and turned his hair red just so he can join the Redheaded League, which is apparently a thing. He went to the park. There's tons of other redheads there trying to join the league. We don't know any more details beyond that. And as soon as he got to the front, he was just like, the interviewers were just like, oh, hi, Mr. Sholmes. You here to do some investigation? And he's like, you're not supposed to give me away. It's supposed to be a secret. And they basically I guess, quote unquote, exposed him to his disliking to where he just turned and left. He can't hide. Everyone knows who he is, even if he were to change his hair. Yes, there have.
Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today. Indeed, Miss Susato, that is correct.
Not another one of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before.
Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is a client.
Oh?
A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less.
Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes.
You must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers.
We must, or must we?
I have you in my clutches now, Rent. Just as I have you in my clutches, redheads.
That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. Yes. Yes, it is, Susato.
You know, lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have to have other things to do.
I'll probably take you up on that offer, Iris, because staying here, I feel like I'm losing brain cells. I'm not gonna lie. So let's see what our favorite Lord. Oh, he's speaking with Von Zieks. 1st of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, it's obvious evil guy. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's... Oh, excuse me, that is Von Zeke talking. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zieks doing here?
My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air. What do you say?
This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Oh, hello.
My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no. It's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure, and not having red hair.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here.
It says who? His tallness serves his evil tendencies. Now then, Mr. Norohodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. I'm just gonna stay silent? Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. That's a statement. Oh no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room in such perfect temperature. No. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. The evil Kane gets added to the list because of the daggers you're staring at me with mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my international forensic science symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
Oh, hi. It's both of y'all on the same screen. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands, then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once. You didn't have to give us a death glare before you left. Yeah, he really did, Susato.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Sai. Ah, of course. Getting big Lucius Malfoy vibes? I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sai's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh. Oh? Missing?
What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
We don't know. But we can definitely find out. Okay, there's nothing to look at. Oh, wait. Hold up. There's stuff on the sides. No? Okay. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? Yes, there's billions, baby.
As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital, Tokyo, is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparation and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensics investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigation organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something.
You're every bit of passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in the country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It is my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Let's talk about it. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago experimentally to start with.
With Dr. Sai at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial.
That's suspiciously nationalistic and probably a Nepo baby to the list.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become an Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
The missing apprentice. About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice.
That came as a surprise to me. I must say that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place?
Came about 3 months ago. An identified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my! So he stowed away to get here?
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way I could keep an eye on him.
But then why the mask?
Right. I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
That's true. That's on brand for him. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. Right.
He's proven to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future, but
He's missing in action right now. By the way, do you know where he's gone?
no idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Interesting.
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Soki.
What we've learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock finding out my friend's father was.
Yes, Genshin Asoke. Professor Case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
There were such awful murders and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government.
So the true identity of the killer couldn't be...
So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in the country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravation relations between our two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murderer?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, the deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway.
Right, I see. But it was still murder. thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, hi, hi. If this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I am a Dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're playing the second half of a 2-part series, which both parts incorporate 5 episodes. We are on the 4th episode of the second half of the series, and we're learning a lot of details that is basically the meat of this visual novel. So, but welcome in. And also, if you need to raid and run, I completely understand your physical and mental health comes first, so make sure you take care of your needs. But if you like to know who I am and what my community is about, feel free to stick around and vibe. We just chilling here. It's what I like to call Storytime Saturdays, where it's just like I'm just doing a lot of reading out loud, and people tend to like leave me up in the background as like white noise or just to like kind of vibe too. But welcome in. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. How was Among Us, Ocean, if you're still around? I saw that, I think you were doing like, were you in the collab with, that I saw like a promo literally today of, like, it's Zaina, I'm probably butchering that name, Fluffy, Cows, and a couple of other people that I saw on the poster that I recognized from the Melanin Mafia. That's the only way that I noticed like certain black VTubers is like, if you join the Melanin Mafia, I'll be like, oh, I know who you are. I've seen either your Go Live post or you at least posted somewhere in the Discord. And I'm just like, oh, hi. Hello. It's nice to meet you. I hope to drop by your stream one day. But I hope Among Us was pretty good. And then you have her loyal chat throwing out as many jokes as we can try to make. Wait, what? I'm confused. I missed something. But also, we have a community challenge going on right now where if you want a week-long content of me and also a donathon that I'm hosting to basically showcase some stuff that's coming come 2024. Hee tee shy fingers. Make sure you put those channel points toward that cause because I have some things that are planned and I've also sketched out some things. So, but you won't know the tea unless you actually hit the goal for the community challenge that's going on right now. But yeah, welcome in. It's super fun. And yes, it was the collab. Nice. I hope shenanigans weren't, because I played Among Us before, and anytime I play with friends, I get very salty at either being accused of being the killer, or in the case where my friend basically created a stalemate for ourselves, where it's just like, either I fail the challenge by not coming to the room where they baited me to try and shut off the failures to the ship, or you know, just go ahead and go there and like get my neck cut. So, and that was well played. I still remember that play that they did on their part. I'm very upset about that, and I'm still very bitter and hold that against them every time I see them. But I'm glad the collab went well. Oh, not let me just. Yes, I have some stuff planned, and plus y'all get to see me actually stream the entire week versus just weekends, because if this is your first time here, I am a weekend streamer, only just because I highly doubt you want to see a lethargic and very sluggish Blazette Midnight on the channel from working 10 hours a day. Yes, I work from 6 to 6. Well, no, not 6 to 6. That's wrong. 7 to 6 most days. So I have like 4 hours of consciousness after work that I have to kind of separate to like eat dinner and do other things before I have to pass out again for the following day and get up at 6 to make it to work at 7. So yeah. We kind of stuck to weekend streams. Otherwise I'd be tired as hell most days. It very much ensued, and it was hilarious. Nice. Very nice. I have to go back and watch the VOD. if it's shared across like different platforms, because I like watching Among Us streams. It can get very chaotic at times. Just killing her with just okay. It's like I completely, it went right over my head. But that's also because I no longer have energy drink. And I am tired. But we're almost like towards not really a stopping point to this game, but we're close to like a good point to where I can break the try hard speed reading of this game. Yes, hooray for shenanigans.
It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the ideal of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Yes and no, but I also forgot what we just read, I'll be honest. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I could see that. Is this all that we have to say about this? Why were there so many Bowsers in that one? I don't like it here. Yeah, you really did choose violence because there's a lot of Bowsers in that. Thank you for the barrage of my hubby. Hi, Lime. Do I need to present this newspaper to him? I feel like I shouldn't. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? What you going ill for, Tig? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. You just call us dull? It's fine. It's not like I don't take offense to that. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh, my bones. Oh, I'm broken. I gotta hydrate. Oh my god. Oh, that's some good Tartaglia essence. Anyway. We don't need to go to the hotel, do we? That's right, Lime. Thank you. Thank you for supporting my thirsty habits. There's the only other place that we can go to. Is his visitors here? His visitors must be here. Hello? This goofy ass man. Who the hell is we? Y'all know y'all some thirsty hoes in chat. Don't deny it. Don't deny it. You know you are. I've seen the things.
Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with the money to spend.
Why does it look like a rooster?
Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear. I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Wait. Weren't you, like, the woman on trial, like, in the jury from, like, the last case? Or am I just making that up? I'm gonna have to actually look at my VOD to see if that's the same woman. I think it is.
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Oh, please, please find my husband. He's run away.
It's no secret your second form is succubus. Haha. Same here, Tig. Because I literally have my spicy account on my Twitter bio, which I highly doubt people read, but I'm just like, it's right there. It's like if you're looking for spicy, it's right there. I won't do it on Twitch because things. And also, Twitch try to be like, you must want your channel taken down, and I'd rather not risk that. So for now, it's on the Twitters unless Twitter starts barking back. Yes, Twitch would get mad at me. And see, my thing is, Twitch will just get mad at me if I tip to cross certain boundaries that I would like to cross. But Twitch would be like, nah, you ain't doing that here, fam. Absolutely not. To upset me? Oh, you just noticed the hearts? Yes, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride. Welcome in. And also, I don't know if y'all notice, the hearts are different on different overlays. And I did that on purpose because they represent certain things. If you're familiar with the colors and such. So, I beg your pardon. There's always orange Twitch. Wait, what is orange Twitch? What does this mean? I'm sorry. I'm tired, y'all. If there's like a something that just flies over my head. Oop. Yes. Exactly, Lime. And yeah. Why do they call it that? That's okay. I'm not gonna question that. Nope. I'm not gonna dive too deeply into that conversation. Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Norhoro? And yeah, I encourage people to check the rules before you say certain things here. Just FYI. I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
Now, to be fair, Savvy, I did ask, so it's fine. But yeah, let's not make those jokes here, per se. And I say that, like, though this is an 18+ stream, there are certain boundaries that I prefer not being crossed. And again, my panels do exist. They do have rules there. I encourage you to actually peep the panels before you make certain statements, because people who have been here for quite some time can kind of make the judgment call as to what's okay to say and what's not okay to say. Innuendos and such are fine within reason with regulars. If you have not been around long enough to get the vibe of the stream and the kind of comfortability that I have with my streams, I encourage you to check the rules first before you say certain things here. And that's all I have to say. I won't get into the personal matters as to why I have it that way. But yeah, if the mods time you out, I trust their judgment. So. Did not see those comments. Yeah. Anyway, Ace Attorney. Yeah, it's just, yeah, not here. Again, there's a spicy Twitter for a reason. Any out-of-pocket stuff can be over there. In my stream, not necessarily, unless you actually understand the certain boundaries that I have when it comes to those types of jokes. And I know not everybody's lewd meter and gauge is the same, but we'll put it this way. if it helps to any degree. If you've seen a crumb of Abbott Elementary, that's probably a bad example, or just gotten, Quinta Brunson's jokes when it comes to shows like that, and also a Black Lady sketch show. The stuff that they say in there, perfectly fine. Anything above that where it's just kind of like borderlining adults, probably not good to say unless you know me. What's the matter, Miss Susato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before very recently.
Yes, exactly, Stacey. Yes, now that you come to mention it.
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Get out, Tig. I'm sick of you.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. Tig, I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... me. What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand.
No, not in the slightest, Stacey.
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing.
Why did I ever get my hopes up? These are my non-Reddit-headed friends. This is just how he is. He likes to slick past shade onto other people, which is why I appreciate Cholmes. He's a menace, an annoying menace, but at the same time, I have somewhat an appreciation for that kind of attitude that he has. You bought macaroni salad. Did you bring some enough to share with me? Not the rest of chat, just me, Bless. And also, hi, Bless. How's your Saturday going so far? Anyway, I'm moving on. Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my! Pshaw! My dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her.
To have a...
Okay, so they did say that it was her. I thought so.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Nothing more.
Oh my god, not this. Y'all chill, it ain't even demon hours yet. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much.
I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Well, he just told me to shut up. Like, damn. I wasn't asking for all this. He really told my ass to go sit in a corner somewhere. I'm so sick. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No, I was joking. I was joking. I was coming back, y'all. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord. Yes. Oh, my God. Damn. I'm gonna snatch his edges. That's what I'm gonna do.
Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
Did he become a redhead?
An entirely unremarkable gentleman by appearance, at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh! Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Wow! Not Automod tripping. That's hilarious. Hey, Lime. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna ask you to say something, but that's okay.
Which would point to the possibility that he's embroiled it in some incident or another. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes, but quite besides myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see.
Of course, I figured. You can, there we go. I got you.
What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
I just had to see for science. Thank you.
What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a rewarder at the prison.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual. Oh, I forgot what this leads up to.
So your husband is a prison warder?
I just realized you can see her boobs through this outfit. I never noticed that before until just now. Like her cleavage.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he is the chief wanderer.
Tick, please.
Indeed, I see.
Right. Got to have the merch out for display.
Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments?
And at such times he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated. Yep, more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court? Yes. You see how it all connects, don't you, Ryunosuke? It's gonna connect some more dots sooner or later. That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Your husband's disappearance. True. Very true.
So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday?
That really is recent, laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened?
My dear Miss Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police.
Fair.
However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Yes, I'm reading, Tig. I can't split my attention to where I read this and see chat until I see something happen out of the corner of my eye.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
Not succubusy.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this suit's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. I hate it. Ooh. See, now you're going to have me crave pineapples after stream.
Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered earlier, as I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
Photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Now allow me to show you the door. Oh! I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Till he showed you the door.
You know, I think every time Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman a hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Virgil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Lime, I'ma fight you. Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts that convicted convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Yes, a little bit too convenient. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to yourself? Surely you needed to ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. You were out literally the other day at like a public park with that hair. What the fuck you mean, Sholmes? But didn't you go to Lime Street? Yes! He did! Oh my god, I'm sick of this man. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Goodbye, Sholmes. Of course you are. Iris, I need you to put Sholmes in timeout. Put him in the corner. You heard your name? I said Lime for a reason. I can't remember what, but it wasn't in reference to you, Lime. I promise. It was in the game. He definitely dirty blonde at heart, though he really is. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing into a lonely burial ground. Oh, good lord. Yeah, Lime Street. Thank you, Tig. Told you, I can't remember what I read. I just be reading it. Black. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Oh, we know, Tig. We know. Listen, you're one of the few who gets my humor and can say a lot of out-of-pocket things without getting in trouble, for the most part. Which is why you have the VIP. Well, I mean, I've known you for a while, which is why you have the VIP badge next to your name. But yes, that clock be doing too much. I didn't even look at the clock until you said it. Oh, hi. Okay. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was doomed here.
You didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me, I can't with these accents. I really can't. Do you can I can't do Scottish accent. I really can't. I'm the Governor Barry Caden. Him? Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Norohodo, defense lawyer. Oh no, Tig, why? No, I didn't need to see that. I'm choking. Oh my god. No, I can never unsee it. I'm so mad you said that. I'm so fucking mad you said that. Oh my god. Oh, an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Salem, read Tig's message, please. Please. We have a murderer on our hands. Oh, God. If he says anything about gorillas. I think he makes some racist ass comments too. Ones that hit much harder than Van Zeek's. Like there's no undertone. It's just straight up racism. Yes. Yep, there it is. There it is. You know, at least Van Zeek's is just like, oh, you Nipponese. This man is just like, your kind ain't welcome here. You from Japan. Good, get gone. This is what I mean. And mind you, you know who created this game. But this is just how they behave back in these days. It's wild. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. Tig is done by Capcom, and this was over, like, this game was only available in Japanese at the time of its release. They just only localized it, like, what was it, last year or so? So, yeah. It's just the time period that they're in. This is just kind of the discourse between English and folks in Japan. So there's a lot of it in this game. You can't hide it in the slightest. But yeah, oh yeah. I mean, this is accurate. So they know what they were doing. I'm pretty sure it doesn't go like beyond. So like, for instance, this game doesn't like blatantly say like the N word that would equate to, you know, Japanese people in this game. It doesn't take it that far, but it does show you like how much they really viewed them differently. It treats us like you know, black folks and stuff. So yeah, what Salem has just thrown like just tomatoes at these folks who make these comments to them, because Ryunosuke is just minding his business. He's just really here to just get answers, and he's treated like this. It's just, it makes me so mad, and it It honestly is unfair that they had to be treated this way. But this was that time. This is that time. And I swear now, if they said it now, I have to square up with them because you're not going to talk to my baby Ryunosuke like this. Till 8. Oh God, I got 5 minutes. So relatively soon we're about to end. But yeah, typically I try to stream from 4 to 8 p.m. Most days, unless for whatever reason we have like extra bits that I want to try and like get through. Like Hi-Fi Rush I think went a little bit over because I was fighting a boss, and then y'all know how I get whenever I talk to y'all in chat while reading out loud with this game. It tends to sometimes go over based on where we're at. 20 minutes of them laughing because you had to say something, Tig. I'm just mad because I never noticed this before. See, this is what happens when I replay games. I now notice like things that I didn't notice the first time I played through it. And now when you came out the gate with that comment, I'm like, now I can never unsee it. And I could see them being relatives. I'm not reading that. I dislike that man. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. No, Susato, don't feed into that, please. He's an ass. Ooh, child, I'm about to fight this man. I really am about to toss him out this damn window. I have no intentions of speaking with the likes of your suspicious... yep, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Oh, okay. Nope. It's... Nope, I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad. I really want to toss this man through the window. Because I forgot how mad he made me when I first came across him. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like that. Yes, that surely means he's racist. Exactly, Ryunosuke. He is racist. I think it's because the professor can... No, it's not just that. Well, yes, that feeds into it, because I will say that. Because that's... Again, Van Zeek's doesn't go full in on Easterners, but you can tell he's a little bit hurt by someone who was close to his brother sort of betrayed him, and so now he takes it out on, like, an entire race. Because he's just like that. At first, I thought you were... I completely misread Lime's comment just now. You think so, too? Gorilla Gooch 10 years ago. Genshin Isogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently reemerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around that boot. That case. A boot. Yeah, I'm not going to try and give him a voice or accent. No. I ain't got the mental capacity to try and get around this. Your agency, part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just getting... Nope. We could do the same. We could do the same, Kaden. Okay? We're going to get going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get any answer anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Kaden. What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel like I heard that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Who? I don't remember. First, let me find them, because if I come up to this, I'm going to be very confused. I know. Can I inspect things? Damn! He really said just get out. fine. Let's just backtrack from hotel to like, oh, hi! Well, this is a good place to stop. So that way I can at least approach the dad about some things, maybe. But we shall see, because... There we go. Oh. Yo, Blake, thank you for the 6-month sub. I appreciate it. And also welcome in. I hope your Saturday is going well. Not sure why it says 5, but this is your first time here. You've been enjoying the content. Oh, I'm so happy, Blake. I'm so happy. He's using Yorkshire English the way he says Kim was familiar. Oh, okay. Yeah, again, I cannot. I don't do accents, y'all. I can't do like the weird words that they say and everything else. It's not my forte. We're gonna work on that, but it is not my forte at the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna end things here for today because we will pick back up on this next Saturday. Next Saturday? Yes? No? Maybe so? I'm gonna have to check my schedule because I know I'm streaming on BGC's channel next Saturday. But if you did stick around as long as you did and you enjoyed Storytime Saturdays with the great Ace Attorney Chronicles, feel free to check out my socials. I am on the Twitter. I am on the YouTubes. And we do have a Discord, so that way if you want to keep up to date as to when I go live or when I have certain announcements coming along, such as the charity event that is going to happen between June 21st and June 25th. I will be raising funds for the children's children and families who are hospitalized, and I will be raising funds to help Gamers Outreach provide tools and accessibility for the kids there so they can be able to game and explore and have adventures, from the comfort of in the situation that they're in, essentially. So make sure you peep my socials and also the Discord to find out the incentives and goals that I have planned for that, because I think it'll be fun. I really do, and it'll be my first charity event that I host for 2023, and I'm very excited and, again, super grateful for them reaching out to me for this wonderful opportunity, because I would like to help other people if I can in any way possible. But like I said, feel free to peep the socials, !socials. It'll take you to my social hubs to where you can see where I reside on other platforms. We're gonna go find someone to raid, which I think I see who we can go say hi to. It's gonna be a little bit of a change of pace, but since, I gave y'all some calm vibes, I'm gonna send y'all to someone that's gonna provide you some good action. And plus, they're blue-haired like me. But we're gonna go say hi to Fitness to Cosplay, also known as Ash, and they are also the founder of the Melanin Mafia. So if you are unfamiliar with the Melanin Mafia, it is a Discord server and community for Black VTubers, BIPOC VTubers. So if you identify as that, obviously make sure you join that, because it's a great community. It's way how I've been keeping in touch with like so many different Black VTubers, a part of Twitch and Twitter. So yeah, we're gonna go show some love to them, and feel free to use the following raid messages, please and thank you. copy one of those. We're going to go say hi to Ash, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some Hades. It's been a long time coming, and I'm rusty, so don't judge me if I suck too bad. But you guys have a wonderful Saturday evening. Tell someone you love them. Happy Pride, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye!